usually happens, but you know what? I'll take it. And I forgot to turn on VTube Studio. Haha, I'm a professional. Yeah! Switch back here until I actually have my face on. That'd probably be a good idea. Correctly. I don't know why it decides to do that. Uh-oh. My eye seems to... Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Okay. Got that all set. Close out of that. Now I can switch on over. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, there we go. Alright. So, let's get started, shall we? I'm gonna need some good music for this, though. What you got for me, Pretzel Rocks? Something nice and atmospheric sounding. Maybe this? Yeah, there we go, that'll do. Alright, so... Oh, I'm also gonna need... Oh, wow, this is a lot more epic than I thought it would have been. You know, I'll take it. I am a little worried that I can't live up to this kind of hype, but... Let's try turning it down maybe a little bit. Okay. So I'm gotta have a couple of windows open for this. Main one is going to be on the map, but then let's also open a second one for a web doc. I do really like this sound, so it's very pretty. There we go. So we're gonna have this open too, like over here. That way I can refer back to it. So, I also make all of this way larger so y'all can actually see it. Alright, so, if you came here from one of my ads, first off, hey, welcome! Second off, I'm going to be trying something a little weird, but I wanted to give some backstory first as to what exactly it is that I'm going to be doing. So, IRL, I'm going to be playing, or running a game of Dungeons & Dragons pretty soon. And I decided, you know, I want to do something totally original. I don't want to play like a pre-written module or setting or anything like that, which of course is also a lot of work. So to do this, I thought it would be fun to try developing like just the very basic idea I had for a setting into something a little bigger. And it doesn't have to be like a full world necessarily, though of course that would always be nice. It's more going to be focused just on this one tiny part of a bigger world. And all I really have to go on right now is a rough idea for something that I wanted to do at some point in the past. fast. So wow, this is a little too epic. Okay, maybe I need to switch over music again. Okay, epic. If you're gonna be this epic, that's a little much for me, friend. Maybe folk. Alright, yeah, I can work with this. So, all I really have right now is an idea to go on. So let me see if I can get an idea of this, or get a reference for this, because, well, what I wanted to do was, I wanted to make part of this world mobile, and... wait. Oh no, man, you've got lyrics? No, I can't have that. No lyrics. Skip to the next one. There we go. So I wanted to have this be a world, or a part of the world, that was a little more mobile than just the normal kind of static location. So it's gonna be fairly small compared to like continents and shit, but I wanted to make it something unique. So I got the idea, what if the country that they'll be playing in itself is somehow alive? And I was thinking, hey, you know, it's kind of weird how D&D size categories are so, like, weirdly specific and limited. What if I just took one of those and just made my own class? Like, not necessarily, a wizard who enchanted his castle to fly in the clouds and threw a huge house party that just never ended. That's actually a pretty good one, Tal. Also, hey, welcome, Tal. But the specific idea that I wanted to use is, at least as my basic starting point, is the island nation of Pete. Oh, so let me actually start doing this. So first off, it's an island nation, not quite continent-sized, but still pretty big. So, and then I also want it to is mobile, can move around through the oceans. Stole it from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh, I mean, if you're gonna steal, you might as well steal from the best, right? The idea that I specifically had that I wanted to try to work with, so in some forms of folklore and mythology, there are these, like, turtles or whales or similarly massive creatures that are so big that just the very top of their body has become its own little ecosystem. Like, there's an island that turns out to be on the back of a whale, or there's an island which is built off of a giant turtle shell. I wanted to do something like that, but to add a little more fantasy edge to it, I was thinking... I paused my second run of Taz to join the world building. Oh, well, thank you. I'm flattered. I am flattered, Ren, that I rank higher on your priorities than Taz. That's very high praise. Or at least pretty decent praise. But rather than turtles or whales or even crabs, what I really wanted to make the base for this was... Oh, let me... Come on, let me add. So... it's built on the back of a continentally large and ancient giant. So I think Pete is literally going to be a living being. I think Pete is going to be a giant specifically, like a giant that got too big for their body to support themselves when they were on land. So over hundreds of thousands of years, they adapted to instead exist in water. And people then just started building their own little civilizations on top of Pete. And so Pete is the name of the giant specifically, or the modern abbreviation thereof. So let's see, what's a good fantasy sounding name that could be abbreviated to Pete? Kind of like the first Avengers of Legend of Korra, but with giants? Yeah, that could be. That could be like, that'd be a good touchstone. I obviously don't want to just rip off Avatar because, I mean, for one, that's kind of like Ruby's thing. So I don't want to tread on their heels of them treading on Avatar's heels too much. Or Stephen King's Space Turtle? Yeah, I guess. I've always been more of a fan of the turtle, of the space turtle in Terry Pratchett's work, but I'll take a Stephen King Space Turtle too, I guess. So let's see, what would be a good ancient sounding fantasy name that could be abbreviated down to Pete? Maybe I almost like the idea that it's not necessarily a name. Originally, it was almost like some kind of title that got turned into a name, like how the Loch Ness Monster is thought of as Nessie. I mean, that'd be like me saying, oh yeah, I'm from the northeast of this country, so my nickname is Northeasty. Petaroth. I mean, that's not a bad start. Pete does have the advantage of being, like, traceable back to, like, Petra, and I mean, that's basically just saying, like, stone, right? So that's pretty good. Let's see. So that would be like Petra as like the prefix. Is Petro? Is Petro still the same root? Okay, yeah, petrol, that works for that part. Petrol. I don't know anything about anything, so I'm just saying the first thing that comes to mind. That's fine, Ren. Honestly, I really like the energy. I like the brainstorming. You're good. So now I need something for T. I don't know why, but the first thing I thought of was testament. So, like, pictorial testament is like a living testament, like a living... Let me make sure I'm remembering this word right, too. Okay, that's just French. I didn't want that. A tangible proof or tribute. Yeah, so... Pectoral testament is a living tribute of something ancient made of living stone. You almost fell out of your hammock, holy shit. Oh no! Careful! Careful, Ren. Okay. So this is what we've got so far for the lore. I think it's also time, though, that I jump over to think about what the map of this is going to look like. So first things first, let's give ourselves a nice watery backdrop. So let's see, what's a good color for water? Something in this kind of family, I think. Okay, so we got that. I missed the beginning of the stream because I fucked up my stomach with a giant coffee. I love you. Please talk etymology to me over soft viola music. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ham. I hope you feel better. And sure. So basically, for backstory, I'm going to be running in my fleshy meat person disguise a actual play campaign of Dungeons and Dragons, and I decided rather than playing with any pre-existing modules or stories that instead, how about I just make something up? And what I really wanted to do was I started off with the idea of I wanted to make a setting that was like an island but mobile. So that's where we started off. An island nation, not quite continent size, but still pretty big, is mobile, can move around through the oceans. And then I got to the point where I thought, okay, well, I mean, there's a lot of legends about things like giant crabs or whales or turtles that carry like anywhere from islands to entire worlds on their backs. What if I did something with that? But to add like a more fantasy spin, it's a giant. So what if Pete was like a giant that grew so big the world on land couldn't support their body's weight anymore? So they transitioned over to living in the ocean, and over hundreds of thousands of years has adapted to become basically a living subcontinent. I've only run homebrew games since Strahd came out. Still kind of upset about how easy he was. I guess that's the price they paid to add a lot more versatility in the setting, making all of the super edgy edgelord antagonists be more easy to beat. So then once I had the idea of the ancient giant, I thought, okay, what if Pete isn't technically their name? What if it's like an abbreviation of something? Which then led me to Petro Testament. Pete exists as a living tribute to a even greater, grander world that once was. So that's what I'm working with there. And then I also wanted to start designing a world map for this. So obviously Pete is a living island nation, so gotta have the water in here to start off. And now let's make some landmass. Alright, so the question is, how should I design the landmass of Pete? Like, because like, although giants are vaguely humanoids and then just supersized, I could make it as simple as like doing basically the outline of someone's actual oops, wrong tool. Basically doing the outline of someone's of like the parts you'd see above water of someone who is with their like who's just letting their body float from the waist up. And I imagine at this point Pete has kind of adapted to the point where it's a little more of a quadrupedal sort of physiology. I don't know if Pete is actually capable of like just standing on the seafloor and walking around. I'm not sure if it would be more interesting if Pete was able to just walk through the oceans, or if Pete would, or if it would be more interesting for it to have Pete be swimming through it. What do y'all have any thoughts out there in chat land? I'm curious. But well, I mean, I could put a compass rose, but because Pete is a mobile continent, that wouldn't be super helpful. So let's see. Let me quickly look up. Let me look up what a dead man's float looks like. Minus Are You Afraid of the Dark? Because that episode scarred me as a child. Nope. Yeah, go back up. Alright, so Dead Man's Float. Nope, images. Okay, so Pete is usually a moss. That's true. That is true. I imagine like moss growing off of Pete was probably one of the first parts of what eventually became the landmass on Pete's back. Think of the turtle from Avatar. Yeah, fortunately for me, lean in a little more, chat. I'm gonna let you in on a secret. I've never watched the entirety of Avatar, and I have no regrets. So, I mean, fortunately, I can't rip it off because I don't know enough about it to rip it off, and I'm gonna try and keep it that way. Maybe he evolved from giants to become more quadrupedal? That could work. So I'm thinking the landmass was probably built off of what was exposed during Dead Man's... Oh, no, I didn't want to open a video. From what was exposed... I just specified not Are You Afraid of the Dark? Jeez, I don't want to see that shit. Okay, so... kind of like that. So that means the landmass would roughly be like... And let me also put on a little bit of jitter, because that way I can have it be a little more naturally of like a coastal kind of wiggle. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so... Okay, so there would be like this over here, and it would get really broad, and then a little more landmass. And it doesn't have to be totally symmetrical, because I mean, this is... having an entire island nation slowly forming over your back is not an exact science. And then there's a bit up here where the head would go down, and then kind of like over where Pete's scalp would be. Does Pete shave? I have to imagine no. I'm pretty sure that Pete predated any concept of, like, razors or anything. Does he wear clothes? No. Pete outdates the concepts of clothes. Legally, Pete cannot shave. But also, like, there's so much dirt that became soil, that became land built on top of peat at this point, that I imagine you wouldn't even really be able to see any of the hair. You would have to go, like, really, really deep down. Oh, if it's a giant, wouldn't that mean people who built on him would shave him? Not necessarily. Like, Pete is a primordial being. They outdate any kind of, like, smaller creatures, and probably still would have outdated most of them by the time that Pete became an ocean-dwelling giant. So I think that Pete would have enough, like, built up off of the top of Pete to be able to, like, not necessarily be immediately noticeable. You know, skin can grow over clothes and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you don't change your clothes often enough, by which I mean a basic amount, that does happen. True. It is creepy, I agree. So now let's neaten the lines up a little bit. But no, I don't think that Pete is particularly active in their concerns about anything happening on top of them. Because I mean, it's not like any surface dweller could do anything that would actually be capable of harming Pete. You could no more, even if you used, like, maximum power spells, you could no more cast power words of killing or whatever on Pete as you could a literal continent. Pete is too big to be affected by such piddling magic. Pete was there when the magic was written. You think you can harm Pete with magic? I laugh at your attempt. Yeah, fuck the Tarrasque. Pete is where it's at. Now, I also wanted, in addition to this, there be some islands which, like, sort of broke off from the landmass that became Pete, that kind of, like, trail after them, you know, as, like it's just pulled along in Pete's wake. And also bring this back over here. So big, would people question dead skin flaking off him? I don't know, to be honest. I don't really know too much about how giant physiology works, partially because giants have weird physiology. But I'm a mad... Oh, nope. That's way too thick. How did you get that thick? You may have this amount. Is there a possibility that he could ever awaken, or has he just been dead? Oh, no. Pete is eternal. Pete has never died. peat just exists from a time before the existence of smaller races, so peat just doesn't really care. I have to go for work, but have a wonderful stream. Long live Pete. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Whimsical Wisp. I'll see you around. Take a little sippy. But yeah, giants are just bigger humans, but they radiate a lot more heat, just kind of how animals work as well. That could work. Some loose bits of island that come off of peat. And I imagine the bits that come off are a little bit affected by, like, natural drift. Eventually they would find their way into some other part of the world, but for now, they're just, like, moving little by little off of the mainland body of peat. Super tiny. No, even tinier. Boop. And they need a lot more sustenance, which would have it make a lot more sense if he was hibernating to conserve energy. That's true. I think that peat probably exists as, at this point, more a force of nature, as in literally tapping into the elemental planes of nature, just sort of similar to how, like, a whale filter feeds off of microorganisms. Peat just filter feeds off of the natural energy that comes out of those planes. I don't know if that makes any sense, but if it does, let me know, because I don't know how that would make sense. Also, how y'all doing, chat? I hope you're having a good day. I know I am. Okay, so now we've got a basic shape for the land of peat. I think you're allowed to go shut up, it's magic. No, that's very true, Hem. That's very true. Oh, also for reference, boop, 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 boop. That is going to be where the game will start off. That little island. Alright, so... yeah, so next question is, what kind of land masses should be on peat? And this is one of the things that I wanted to, like, be able to group think too, because like, there's so many different kinds of really cool natural geography in the world. I don't want to fall in the trap of, like, oh yes, here are the 6 biomes that are in every part of the world. Party canceled on me, so I need a D&D fix. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ren. I hope I can help provide. And I hope that I can make your day a little better, too. Oh, but in addition to peat, there's also going to be in this world, just as like a part of the larger setting, there's going to be another subcontinent that's alive called Ariel, and that is going to be an equally ancient dragon that has just sort of evolved into being a living, floating island. So that one's also going to be pretty fun whenever I get to it. But for now, I'm focused on Pete. I just want to use a soul prowler, and Party said no. What's a soul prowler? Also, fun fact, chat. I am off one of my alchemical supplements. So, if I am a little sleepier or a little spacier or a little munchier or a little manic-er, that's gonna be why. Just letting you know ahead of time. Dragon. Alright, so let's see. Oh! Another thing that Pete needs is going to be like a spine ridge. So I think it would make sense if Pete had like a mountain range that kind of formed along the ridge of their spines down their back, you know? So let's see. First ridge you can kind of feel is like right up here. Or maybe like here. And you can have a mountain range that just kind of goes like... Actually, no, there has to be a better way for me to denote what a mountain is. And I guess I could use this kind of typography. Yeah, that would work. Don't worry though, Ren. If I ever make it in my world to have a campaign that goes up to the nation of Ariel, I'll make sure to let you know. Okay, so now I should be able to go to my brushes, and yeah, just use this. Yeah, there we go, I like that. Yeah. Big ol' mountain range of Pete. I'm trying not to give Pete scoliosis. I want to be nice to my living continents. Any deal it makes is also voided. Mercury Dragon, but it can grant wishes in exchange for the person's soul. They grow stronger with each soul. All the souls fight for control over the consciousness, making it absolutely insane, and I love it so much. Any deal it makes is also voided immediately because the Soul Prowler takes your soul immediately, so you don't really get to see your wish. Oof, that is rough. Very cool, though. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, that works, I think. Now... Not of my making? Oh, where'd you get it from? I'm curious. It sounds like whoever made it has a lot of really fun ideas. Oh. Okay, so now we have the basic start of a land mass and our first geographic feature. And I'm also going to dump myself out a little bowl of snacks so I can munch on those throughout to keep up my energy level. Every time that we get a new thing on the map done, I will reward myself with one munch, one crunch. Also, I need to open this new bottle. There we go. Dingo Doodles! Cool! I've seen her stuff before. I'm gonna get some napkins for all this too. Alright, so, oh. I know one other thing I want, I think. I think Pete should have horns. Dog is upset. He won't let them eat sticks, so he whines, then immediately starts coughing on a stick. Oh, poor puppy. Alright, so let's see. What next? Well, next, I feel like Pete needs some inland bodies of water too, right? Edit of the Eric Andre. What if it was people sketch with me going, what if it had horns? I mean, you're not wrong, Ham. I do love good horns. Oh. Alright, so where do we put a lake? Where would it make sense for water to pool on the back of someone's body? Does anyone know? If not, I'll just go back to my search engine to see. That's true, but he's also... Well, I mean, I guess I could, but I don't know if that's gonna be distinct enough. Plus, I mean, like, that's also really close to the shore anyway. Right between their back and their pelvis. Okay. So you mean kind of like here-ish, sort of? Let's turn down the jitter a little bit. Okay. Alright. Let's go in and let's make this. Let's also shrink down the size of this ding-dang. There we go. Shrink down. Come on. Shrink down the size. Hey. Shrink down the size. There we go. Of this ding-dang brush. Okay, so... Oh. Okay, so we got one inland. He's trying to eat the playground. Oh no! Puppy, no! Okay. Now I feel like there also needs to be something kind of up here. So, maybe like a body of water that forms up in the mountains, kind of a spring deal. So then I could have like little rivers that go out from here. Also, tell your dog to stop eating the playground. That's very rude. There will be no playground left for the other dogs to enjoy. Oh. Now let's make the brush size even smaller. And this can kind of be like the runoff that forms into the river systems. I don't know what it is, but there's something about drawing in, like, river patterns that's very relaxing. You ever feel... Yeah, I don't know, that feels like a very specific thing to ask about, but y'all ever feel that way? I know I do. Shut me. A good wiggly line is sometimes all your brain needs to relax. Good point, good point. Oh. Me drawing your hair, for example? Really? Also, thank you for the hydrate. Cool. Took a nice long sippy there. I feel like rivers already are kind of like one of those... Oh yes, this is the heartblood of the nation, which makes it so much better with something like peat, because it's a literal living creature, and the rivers represent its heartblood. But you really feel that way about drying my hair? I didn't realize. I'm glad it brings you joy too. I just wish my real hair, or at the very least my flesh person hair, looked half as nice as my avatar's. I've heard good things about the curly girl method of taking care of hair like yours. What's a curly girl method? I've never heard of that before. It's like a hair care regimen of like when to shampoo, what kind of ingredients to avoid, that kind of stuff. Oh. I'll have to look into that, because that does sound pretty useful. Let's zoom in here. Since y'all wanted an ass crack so bad, fine. I'll give you a river ass crack. As a femme with insanely curly hair, yes, there are things to avoid. Oh. I'm not a very good femme. I don't know these things. Very specific routine. And it's just called, like, the curly girl routine? You're fucking sweet Lolita, I'm not a good fan. Hey, I mean, just because I have sweet Lolita clothes and would like to be a sweet Lolita and have aspirations thereof doesn't mean I am one, does it? That's not what it's called, but IDK anything, so... No, I mean, you definitely know something, Ren. And if any of you do have, like, that kind of suggestion, I am very much open, because I do not know what I'm doing. And I would really like to know what I was doing. I don't, but I would like to. It's mostly, if you want to embrace your curls, do these things. Just called Give Away Your Soul, Try to Do Your Hair, and Cry. Okay, I can try to do that. I'm not very good at crying, but I can try. I know how to make myself sad. So these are all of the major rivers, I think. What do you think, chat? Is that too many rivers? Expensive? And still, if there's easy things I can try to do that will help improve the quality of my hair, I'm happy to do them. I just don't know how exactly to lift those up. For an island, probably not. Alright. Why am I still 30 seconds behind? I don't know. I don't think I have stream delay on. Let me make sure, though. Yeah, I don't think I see any. I don't think I see any stream delay, or at least not on my end. I'm gonna refresh again, but I swear if I get another damned Geico ad, I'm gonna scream. Alright, I'm sorry. Okay, Alright, so we know that actually, let's add one more like over here. Yeah, that feels a little more balanced. Alright, so I'm glad you're back and safe. Alright, so this is, like, it's not a particularly small island nation. I'm kind of imagining this like roughly the scale of the Indian subcontinent IRL. If that gives you like any kind of frame of reference for the size of feet. So, I think that means that I think that means that roughly like these areas would be kind of well, actually I guess if these are the major rivers, there's still plenty of room for minor rivers, so I don't necessarily have to say that those are like deserts. I could, but I don't have to. Time to make some magic items? Ooh, sounds fun. What kind of magic items are you making, Ren? Oh. Oh. Let's clean this up a little bit too. Mainly potion, but also some armor and wondrous stuff. Ooh. Sounds like fun. I'm just going through with a fine-toothed comb and combining all of the, or connecting all of the rivers if they disconnected anywhere. At least best I can. Which isn't going to be very best, but... Okay. Yep, no, I keep mixing up which one is the zoom and which one is the scroll. Okay. Now I think I'm gonna do like an overlay layer on top of this so I can colorize just the rivers. Just the rivers blue. I didn't mean to have caps lock on, but I guess I'll shout river! Let's do like a brighter blue. And here's the trick. I don't actually know what I'm doing, so let's see how it looks. We'll find out together. No. Okay, well that didn't work as I wanted. Oh well. Okay, let's see. So if it's not an overlay, let's see if I can figure out what kind of layer it would be. Yeah. Here's where I run into the problem of not actually knowing what most of these are. Oh. That's definitely not it. Alright, I guess I'll do it the old-fashioned way. And just trace over everything. Oh, I should do this on a new layer. River. Tracing over the lines. In retrospect, I probably should have been coloring it like this from the get-go, but, oh well. Shit happens sometimes. In the meantime, I can kind of start to think over what sort of biomes I want to have exist on Peat. Because, one of the problems is because Peat just kind of roams wherever Peat wants to. It has to be... It can't be like temperature dependent kind of biomes. 1d10 damage to make your strength 25 for 10 minutes is reasonable for a level 6 party? Let's see. I would probably do 1d10 damage when you first drink it, but then also a Constitution saving throw after the fact, or else gain a couple levels of exhaustion. Because being able to make your strength higher than 20 is like, I think, a level 20 barbarian ability. So it's pretty broken. That, or maybe make it 1d10 damage several times during. But that's also just my opinion. Alright. Tracing this river. Kind of tracing the river. Also a very rare potion to make it 27 if you use the Cloud Giant Strength Potion. That is very strong. I mean, ultimately, what I say shouldn't be taken as a be-all, end-all for DMing. So if if you think it's fine as is, you know your players better than I do. So I would say trust your instinct. My personal instinct is that as is for a 6th level party, that's a very strong potion. But again, I'm only one DM. I only have my experience to work off of. So another DM, I don't know if there are any other DMs in the chat, might be able to give you some differing opinions. And those are valid. Excuse me. There are like 7 of them, so... Oh, okay. If it's that rare that there are only 7 of them in existence, yeah, that seems reasonable then. Seven level 6 party members could take on an adult blue dragon. True. Yeah, 6th level, I got it. Yeah, it's a nice song. So another thing that I'm not totally sure of is what kind of like tech level I want this this campaign to be. Because like one of the ideas that I already had that I thought, hey, this would be really cool to include was magic trains, basically, where instead of tracks, they are under the effect of a constant levitation spell, but they are limited only to places that have very strong natural, like, ley lines of energy in order to actually support that kind of constant magical effect. But I'm not sure about the rest of the stuff. Like, should there be firearms of any sort involved? Are there going to be any other kinds of things? Like Eberron? Yeah, maybe like Eberron. Another thing that I'm not totally sure of is what kind of, like, societal structure there's going to be on Pete here. follow all these little rivers out to the sea. But maybe like Eberron? You know, despite it probably being something that would become one of my favorite established settings in D&D, I've never actually read the Eberron source book. Which feels weird, because, like, I've never really been a fan of Critical Role, but the Explorer's Guide to Wildmount is one of the few world-building setting books I've read for D&D. Let's up the size of this. And to make the main body of the lake here. Never really liked Critical Role. I enjoy Matt Mercer, amazing voice actor, and I love his homebrew stuff, but the show never really interested me. Yeah, same. Like, I kind of get it because apparently, and I know next to nothing about Critical Role, and honestly, I've tried very hard to keep it that way because I'm not interested either. But, like, from what I know, it was something that was never originally intended to be for anyone other than just like their personal friends group. So I get why it's not necessarily made for people to be interested, but also, like, I've never been a huge fan of actual play podcasts where, like, just the entire episode could be something like 3 to 5 to even 7 hours and have it just be focused on, like, the minutia of one scene. It, like, if you have something that builds up to then, sure. But just as is, doesn't really interest me. I understand why people might like the idea of fully unedited D&D stream of voice actors, but my brain cannot get attached to 3 hours of someone else's unedited D&D hanging out at a carnival. Yes. That said, though, there are podcasts, not with D&D, mind you, with more, how should I put this, more narratively interesting designs for game systems. Like, I have nothing against D&D. It's a fun game. It's not my favorite one, though, and it's not the one that I think I can necessarily tell all of my best stories in. But there is a podcast where, despite having such a short attention span and so many problems with it, I am able to just sit down and have it on and listen to it for like upwards of 3 hours at a time with some of the episodes, and I really love it. Could I tell you in detail all of the plot stuff? To some of it, maybe, sure. For most, probably not, but I know enough and I'm able to keep up and enjoy enough. Yeah, same, I hate how long the stuff drags on. Taz is edited so it's only a max of 53-minute episodes and they're just fast-paced and the plot never really drags on. Yeah. One thing I will suggest, though, if you are okay with actual play podcasts that just, like, aren't D&D at all and, like, aren't trying to be D&D, I highly, highly recommend trying out a podcast called Friends at the Table. It is run by... It is a show that they have these huge overarching arcs that take seasons and have all of this deep, intricate lore, but at the heart of it, it's about just a group of queer and people of color casts just sitting down, hanging out, and telling really good stories about their characters. So if you enjoyed, say, the representation of Loop Taco as a trans woman character, I highly recommend Friends at the Table for having players that actually are non-binary and transgender playing characters that are non-binary and transgender and all other kinds of identities in just really solid characters in general. I'd like put an episode on for y'all now, but obviously I can't for copyright reasons. But I do highly recommend it if you've got the attention span, or even not necessarily the attention span, if you've got the ability to listen to something casually while doing something else, that works too. That's how I listen to them. The newest season of Friends at the Table, especially though Song Fiel, it's a little early for me to be saying something like this, but I honestly think it's my favorite so far. It is a weird Western story set in this fantasy world with all kinds of fantastical races in history, but it still tackles like just really real themes as well in the background, stuff like colonialism, for instance, and all of the problems of westward expansion and trying to become masters of the world around you and imposing will through being colonial superpowers and stuff like that. Very, very good stuff. The main focus, though, is still on the characters, and the character cast this year is really good. We have a undead vampire, and I know what you're thinking. Hey, wait a second. Vampires are already undead. And in most things, you would be right. However, this is a vampire that very explicitly has come back from the dead as a undead vampire. She is an archaeologist an archaeologist and an antiquarian trying to figure out how she can go back to being like actual immortal vampire instead of just lousy mortal vampire. There is a capybara person who is a traveling repair person and just general handy capybara. Like they show up, they are a part of the community, they help out as best they can. Oh, and just to be clear, this character was designed well before Lady Dimitrescu, so although she is also a big hot gothic vampire lady, she is not at all similar to the character. There's a goat person who was captured as a child by this world's equivalent of like dragons, which are living steam trains. And she eventually escaped and turned part of the carcass of a train into basically weird Wild West power armor. Vampire Lady is Vampire Lady. That's absolutely right. You're right. You're right, Ren, and you should say it. Hey, chat. Chat, I know we've had a lot of fun today, but you gotta remember, the most important thing, Vampire Lady is Vampire Lady. Let's see, there is... Who else is there? I'm like going through my head of the characters I've seen so far. So that, because they had so many players, they kind of split off into two groups. So if I recall right, I believe, then the other was, the other for that first group was, they call it a carver, but it's basically like, it's kind of like, imagine if like a druid class, their shape-shifting was based off of the saying of you are what you eat, and you could just like literally manifest magical superpowers based off of what kind of shit you can put in your mouth and get in your body. And you just had that kind of superpower. It's really cool because he's technically he's still a human, but he's starting to get less and less so the more that he's developing those powers. Then on the other side of the game right now, there is a group of a high femme gothic witch who is actually the shared identity of a witch, of a basically like a demon ghost spirit who is like partners with a human host. There is a junk mage who doesn't really know how any of his magic works. He just knows that it kind of works, and that like, sure, he did burn down the magic college that he was illegally attending, but he developed a way to burn down the magic college he was attending in a new, quicker, and more innovative way. There is, let's see, where are the other ones? Then the last one, I think, was... also the witch, she became, in like this alternate magical reality dream world, her fully realized, demon witch spirit version form of herself, which was basically a giant humanoid eyeball, which was wild and a lot of fun. Oh, and then the last character on that side, I actually tweeted about it when I first read. His character class is called the Deep Apiarist. Now, apiarists, if you don't remember, are the title you give someone who works with bees. He went exploring underground to find a city that only exists some of the time in certain parts of the world for some of the year. He found it, but he also found it was protected by eldritch bee swarms. So now he is as much a living swarm of ancient, unnaturally magical bees as he is a human. The deep bees have set up a bookshop in his innards, and it's fantastic. But yeah, those are the kinds of characters that they regularly come up with. So I would highly recommend giving the series, or giving the group a chance if you're able to. Okay, so now we've got the mountain ranges, we've got bodies of water, and we've got the general shape of the mountain. Not the bees! Yes, the bees. So now we need to figure out what kinds of biomes are going to be included on the continent, or the subcontinent of peat here. I'm also not totally sure how to denote this kind of thing, so let me quickly pop open another window. How to mark deserts on a map. Oh, okay, so they're sort of squigglies like that. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright, so... Okay, so... Biomes... I have a serious problem. I keep making a kobold and goblin characters and I can't stop myself. Okay, what's the problem? You've told me a situation, Ren, but you haven't told me what the problem is yet, so I'll need to know that before I can try and help you. Okay, so far we know on peat that there are coastal biomes, there are mountain biomes. So now, the big restriction here is that any biomes that we list as being a part of peat, they can't be dependent necessarily on temperature. So, or at the very least, they'll stay the same through temperature, but just like different versions of the same thing, if that makes any sense. But what do you think, chat? What kind of biomes would look good on peat? I've kind of been feeling a little bit desert. Oh, also, I should actually make, like, a, you know, one of those, what do they call them? Lands. Yeah, one of those colors for land. Well, that doesn't really help me, but thank you anyway, Wikipedia. Okay, I guess I could do something kind of like this. Also, Ren, I would love to help you, but you gotta tell me what the problem is first. Okay, so let's just copy this. And let's open up. Okay. Now where is it? Here, I think. Here we go. Ow. I think I'll make it a topographical style. So using these colors. And I guess I would want to start off with what's highest. And no. No, actually I want to start with what's lowest. Yeah. Well, this one, elevation. My characters section on D&D Beyond has 20 of each, Goblin and Kobold, and I need to clean it up but can't bring myself to. Okay. Well, can you, like, download the files for your characters, and then just, like, store them on your personal computer? But yes, that would be... You don't have a personal computer, you're using your school one. Okay. Can you download it to, like, a Google Drive account? Oh. Okay, so obviously the regions around the coast are going to have the lowest elevation. Let's make it... Oh, and then I also... God, I need to select up here. There we go. I should also probably turn off jitter for this. There we go. But yes, that is my next suggestion. Do you have a Google Drive account that you could download the files onto? And also, a fun little trick I figured out, if you just make a second Gmail account, you basically have a complete another drive that you can do if you are starting to get close to filling up. A very fun little hack. I don't know if that qualifies as a hack, but if it does, that's my Street Smarts public service announcement for the day. Oops. Excuse me. Well, I have the master, their subscription to D&D Beyond, so I can make unlimited characters, but my brain doesn't like all the crowdedness of it. And I can only use your school account because Pewter only knows that one account. What about like, do you have a smartphone that you could access a secondary Google account from? I never realized how satisfying drawing topographical levels could be. I ought to do this more often. Alright, so that's the lowest level. Yes, that would be my advice then. I hope it serves you well. Okay, next level up. Boom. Gotta go. See you later. Alright. Thanks for stopping around, Ren. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. And speaking of, I hope the rest of you, chat, are also having a good day. I've been thinking recently, I really need to improve my banter, you know? I feel like I don't banter enough. And that way you don't have to have long stretches where I'm not even saying anything. Which seems like it'd be a good thing. Because I want to give people reason to listen to me. If they aren't able to actually, like, watch too, that's fine. If they can't interact through chat, that's fine. But I want to at least make sure I'm worth listening to, if nothing else. So, just drawing in the elevation map right now. I don't know why I've never tried this before. There's something weirdly soothing about having something that you get to draw just like circle after circle after circle closing in on something. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Plus, if I don't talk more, then the only things that'll be like noticeable things that people will hear on my stream will be shit like me farting and burping. And I don't really want that. I mean, I hope I don't end up just becoming like that kind of tuber, but I mean, if that's the way things crumble, well, that'll suck, but let's jump up to tier 3 now. And you know what? Let's also get tier 4. Okay. Switch back over. Tier 4. Yeah, this one is tier 3, right? Yeah. Here we go. Did anyone else ever have those? I wonder if anyone else ever remembers those, like, those maps in you would see in like a geography or that kind of like environmental sciences classroom, which just had like in one map every different kind of naturally occurring biome it could think of. That was cool. I liked that. I wonder if they still make those. Probably. I have to imagine. Okay, there we go. Alright, next color. Yeah, okay. Oh, missed a couple spots up here. Let's go back in and fix those. I like beeping and bopping with the music here. I hope y'all do too, because I'm probably not gonna stop. Oh, this is nice. I feel like the hipster movement gave ukuleles a bad rap. Which stinks, because I really like ukuleles. No, Microsoft, you may not fix quote-unquote problems with my account, if that is even your real name, Microsoft. Try and trick me. I'm not that easy to fool. I am very easy to fool, but I'm not that easy to fool. You have to wake up slightly earlier in the morning. Come on, give me some credit. Oh, wrong color. So I missed out on that color. There we go. Drawing some happy little elevations. I was listening earlier to someone trying out a ASMR mic for the first time and wondered, wonder if that's something I should try. I don't know what I would even say into it though, other than like jokey shit. But I mean, people do seem to like when I say jokey shit too, so maybe that would be enough. Who knows? Not I. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna take a little bit of a bathroom break, chat. So stick with me, and I'll be back before long. Ah, there we go. Hey chat, I'm back. There we go. So I wasn't, like I said earlier, I wasn't able to take all of my alchemy supplements today, so my brains are being a little weird, unfortunately. Oops. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my brains have been acting a little weird all day. It's a little troublesome, but you know, you just kind of learn to live with it. Okay, so next up is this color. I hope y'all are holding up well out there in Chatland. I'm having a pretty good time myself, but getting so dang sleepy because of the missing alchemy. I'm sorry that I'm gonna be yawning so much. But that's just how it's gonna be, I think. Bee. 'Cause I'm a bee. I wonder if I should have been a literal bee. Would that have been a better gag? Maybe it would be a better, like, one-off gag, but I don't think it would be a particularly long-lasting one. I don't have nearly a strong enough connection with bees. Well, I really do like them. They're very lovely insects. I actually had a friend in college who, her mom was an apiarist, and she just grew up with bees and had this lovely connection with them, and had a little bee tattoo to commemorate that part of her upbringing. I thought it was very sweet. I'd also like a tattoo at some point, I think. A tattoo and or a piercing. The piercing, though, is mainly just because I've seen a lot of those really cute earrings that look like little furry pom-pom kind of fluff. I think those would be fun to own, but first I would have to get my ears pierced. And I have such a bad pain tolerance sometime that I worry, I guess, if I could actually handle that. Less so with the piercings than with the potential tattoo, obviously. That would be significantly longer. But still something I'm considering. With tattoos, though, I have the problem of, like, oh, will I find a tattoo that, I just absolutely love the design of enough to want to have it as a part of my forever body. And I'm sure there's designs out there that would do that for me. But I don't know what they necessarily are yet. And that makes me sad. Because I feel like I would enjoy a tattoo. Maybe 2 tattoo. I think I could enjoy at least a tattoo. Unfortunately, that would definitely not be something I would leave open to chat inputs on. But I guess if you have experience getting tattoos, wouldn't hurt to know more about how you handled the process of getting it. I've heard some weird mixed stories about how well or how poorly people take tattoos. Like, I have one friend who she swears up and down that when she got tattooed, she got like this weird serotonin hit, like the ink was getting her high or something like that. I have no idea how that works or if that's at all a thing that could even happen, but it's something she swears by, so I don't know, maybe. I don't know how tattoos work. I only know enough to be scared. It's not a particularly good thing. Hey, Ellie, how you doing? Tattoos aren't scary? Oh? I can't actually remember if you had any tattoos. If you have one? What, motherfucker, I ended up doing all this on the line layer anyway. Oh well, I'll just... It took 4 hours? Oh, that's it. That sounds like a long time. What was yours of? Let's see. Let's take a look-see. Ooh! Oh, that is pretty. What made you decide to get one of those? Also, I should probably just put this back over here. It's heavy? The tattoo is heavy? Like physically heavy, or like heavy with meaning? Not sure if Twitch chat is the appropriate... Ah, okay. Yeah, no sweat then, Ellie. You don't have to talk about that kind of stuff here. It is a very nicely drawn tattoo, though. I understand. If you ever want to know more, you can slide into those DMs of mine. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, I've been thinking of maybe getting a tattoo or piercing, or a piercing, rather, but I'm not sure what I would want. And I would want to make sure that it's something meaningful, you know? because I'm just that kind of perfectionist with body art, I guess. It's the eternal question. Oh man, the fact that it's eternal doesn't bode well. You want more tattoos. Mm-hmm. Let me do period. I did. Yeah, I did. I want arcane glyphs for your left arm. Ooh, that sounds cool. You mean like those tattoos that Scar has from hit anime, the fully metallicized alchemist? Yeah, that would be pretty cool. One of the ones I was thinking of was getting a referential tattoo of like some kind of iconography to the musical Hades Town. Because while it does mean a lot to me, though, I'm still like worried about if it's something that I would want to stick with forever, you know? Because my problem is I'm the kind of person that can only think about this kind of thing in like the super long term. My tattoo is a Last of Us Part 2 reference. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that, Ellie. But as long as it's you liked the game? Huh. Alright, that comes as a little bit of a surprise, but I'll take it. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any personal stake in it, so I'm not going to challenge you on it or anything. I guess I just am surprised. Not that it really matters that much. Eh. It was pretty messy, yeah. Alright, if you liked it, then good. You did get the tattoo 3 years before the game launched. Did the symbology, was the symbology like available and known that far ahead? I didn't realize. It's Ellie's tattoo. Ah, okay. Alright, that makes sense. Excuse me. But yeah, that's like one of the things I'm considering. I also think it might be nice to have like A tattoo of like inspired by Beatrix Potter artwork, since that kind of became a important thing for me. I'm not sure what else I would consider getting though. Like, I mean, if I wanted to hit all of my major fandoms, I guess I could do that, but fandom just... I don't know. It just feels weird trying to tie that much of my identity into that kind of thing, you know? But I might try to do something Beatrix Pottery, maybe. I mean, it's kind of like just a thing now for me, I guess, with the branding, but I might actually want to try and get like some kind of Beatrix Potter-esque art of a jackalope. I think that could be nice. It's funny, because, like, jackalopes are an animal that, before I started doing all of this, I wouldn't have really thought that it would mean as much to me as it ended up being. Funny how that stuff happens. I say as I get tied into yours. Although my tattoo is tied to The Last of Us, in reality it has very little to do with it. I feel like that would be, like, just the best situation, because that way, if someone gets what it is in reference to, cool, great. If someone doesn't get what it's in reference to, then it's still, hey, cool tattoo, even if it goes over their head. Oh, while I'm working on something related to D&D, though, did you ever get a chance to check out those homebrew classes that I sent your way, or the Grim Hollow stuff? I did a little, but not enough to get a fully formed opinion. Alright, that's fair. Just let me know, I guess. Grim Hollow, not yet. Ah, okay. Okay. And down here. Okay. And now let's also get some of these for the outlying islands. Go like that. No, wait. Their way around. Go like this. But yeah, let's see. Jackalope art / Beatrix Potter in general art. That would definitely be, that would definitely be one of the things I'm considering. Some kind of flower symbolism, maybe tying it into Hades Town, that would be another one. I'm not sure what other things I can even really think of that I might consider getting as like tattoo art. Okay. Oh, right, wrong layer. There we go. I want to get a Stormlight Archive related tattoo at some point. What's Stormlight Archive? It sounds interesting, but I don't think I've ever heard of it before. It's my favorite series of fantasy novels by Brendan Sanderson. Highly recommend it. Alright, what's the elevator pitch on Stormlight Archive? You have trapped me via some sort of contrived cabedon inside of an elevator. You have a far greater wingspan. You can tower over me. You have me just where you want me in order to info dump about your favorite novel series here. What do you tell me? So let's try putting a little bit of a blur on this. Filter, reshow. Yeah, that feels good. Maybe a little lighter. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Quick save that. Characters struggling with various mental health issues getting to be heroes, if broken ones. Okay, I'm listening. Go on. Okay, now I also need to think of what kind of landforms I want to put on this. I'm thinking... Oh, don't know why it was on caps lock. Thinking maybe... desert. Sanderson has canon autistic characters in some books. Lots of people of color. Alright. Sounds like a good baseline. So, what exactly are they about? Like, what kind of fantasy are we working with here? high fantasy, low fantasy, science fantasy. His weakest part is LGBT rep, but considering he's Mormon, it's actually pretty good. Huh. Well, I'll try not to hold that against him then. Let's see. What other places would be good here? I think that's how it's pronounced, right? Right. Yeah. Let's put some tigers here. It's high fantasy, you think, technically? The books are going to be his epic. 10 books long. Wow. That is pretty long. Rainforest 2. Let's just look at some biomes. Four are published so far. He has an uncanny ability at writing characters that feel real to a level I've never experienced before. And that does sound very impressive. I mean, I'd be willing to look at it, at least. Does that say Elfin Woodland? What the heck is an Elfin Woodland? Elfin Woodland. What are you? Stunted for Oh, literally like little for. Okay. Okay. Let's add some swamp. Rocky and sandy beaches. Like I still feel like I don't really understand what the actual books are about, but you've convinced me that they're very well written, and on that merit alone, I'll look into it. It's hard to explain. That's fair. Hold on, let me find the back of his books blurb. Alright. Where do I want to go with this? Oh, I remember. How to mark a desert on a map again. Okay, yeah, it's these little boobas. Okay. Yeah, let's give that a shot. I can put some desert maybe like around here. Around here. Alright. So let's use, what would be a good desert-y color? Something in a brown family, I would think. Maybe like there? Yeah, oh wait, is that gonna be too similar, I wonder though? No, that doesn't look that similar, I think. Let's try shifting it a little further over here, maybe. Or I guess I could try shifting it like over here. Oh, okay. Let's see what we got here. Roshar is a world of stone and storms. Oh, hold on. Let me mute this real quick. Roshar is a world of stone and storms. Uncanny tempests of incredible power sweep across the rocky terrain so frequently they have shaped ecology and civilization alike. Animals hide in shells, trees pull in branches, and grass retracts into the soilless ground. Cities are built only where the topography offers shelter. It has been centuries since the fall of the 10 consecrated orders, known as the Knights Radiant, but their shard blades and shard plate remain, mystical swords and suits of armor that transform ordinary men into near invincible warriors. Men trade kingdoms for shard blades. Wars were fought for them and won by them. One such war rages on a ruined landscape called the Shattered Plains. There, Kaladin, who traded his medical apprenticeship for a spear to protect his little brother, has been reduced to slavery. In a war that made no sense, where 10 armies fight separately against a single foe, he struggles to save his men and fathom the leaders who consider them expendable. Bright Lord Dalinar Kholin commands one of those other armies. Like his brother, the late king, he is fascinated by an ancient text called the Way of Kings. Troubled by overpowering visions of ancient times and the Knights Radiant, he has begun to doubt his own sanity. Across the ocean, an untried young woman named Shallan seeks to train under an eminent scholar and notorious heretic, Dalinar's niece, Jasna. Though she genuinely loves learning, Shallan's motives are less than pure. As she plans a daring theft, her research for Jasna hints at secrets of the Knights Radiant and their true cause of the war. Speak again the ancient oaths, life before death, strength before weakness, journey before destination, and return to mend the shards they once bore. The Knights Radiant must stand again. Yeah, that seems like a pretty solid. Seems like a pretty solid blurb, I gotta say. Which one of these? Pencil scratch, maybe? Stonework? Oh, that's cool. You're a fan, obviously. Oh, well. I'm glad that you enjoy it. It's one that I'll have to look into more, I think, but it does sound interesting. Okay, I think I have a sand texture in one of these. Maybe? Audiobooks are incredible. Gotta dip, I have a D&D. Alright, have a good D&D session, Ellie. I'll see you around. Wait, is this a goat? The heck kind of goat is this? Got freaking 5 legs, only 2 udders. Bye! Have a good one. What about... no. Smoke, maybe? Smoke could work. Alright. Let's put it on like a 5. Then actually a little higher. And then let's put the dynamics. Let's do basic. Yeah, I think that should do. Okay. Is that kind of how they draw it? No, I don't actually want to watch. No, sorry. Sorry, I don't actually want to watch. I just want to get a closer look. Open image. There we go. Okay. So, okay, so it looks like little dune top and then the little squiggle. Okay, so little dune top. Should probably put on maybe basic simple. Basic simple and turn it down. And then the little squiggle. Yeah. I think that's how. Yeah. That's how they do it. Oh wait, I'm doing this on the river layer. No, that's incorrect. Alright. Oh, my hand is starting to get a little sore. I should try to not push my hand too hard for too long. I do want to get this done though. Okay. A phone call? What could that be? I'll be right back, chat. Oof. Oh my god, I can't believe I come back and that's the first fucking thing And that's the first fucking noise I can make. Disgusting. Got no excuse. Okay. I really like how these deserts are coming out. Ooh, I wonder. That could be fun. What if I give this giant a blowhole? I kinda like that, actually. What about a blowhole for this giant? So let me extend it up here a little bit too. And connect that up through here. Give him a blowhole though. Maybe up here. Then again. If there is one, maybe it's not on the map. That might make more sense. You know what? Let's put one for now. I want to make it go away later. I can, because it's my prerogative to have a little fun. Ooh, can hear someone playing something outside. I don't know what kind of music it is, but it's nice. The Great Hole. Do I want to give him a blowhole though? Maybe it would just be better if it was like aquatic. Yeah. Because I also don't want to risk anyone trying to travel inside the depths of heat. Because I'm not about that macrovore life. Maybe some other D&D. D&D DM, but not me. Also, gee, my hand is sore. I'm gonna give it a rest soon. I don't want to stop streaming necessarily, though. Decisions. Let's see. I got some people watching probably still. I still got an hour left in the schedule. Well, one thing I should do is I should make sure that I color in the desert a little bit. Oh wait, was it in here? That's dried mud. That's wood, corkboard. Actually, this might work, maybe? Oh, no, it does not. Smoke? Yeah, there we go. Let's also make the color like so. And let's lower the opacity. And let's lower the size. There we go. Yeah, I like that. There we go. Hand, why are you so sore today? I did the stretches. Stretch more. Stretch, flex. Okay. Do another quick save. What other things can I even mark on this map? I don't necessarily want to do forests as a specific marked thing, because if I do, then I'm going to have to do that, like, basically everywhere. And that feels like it would be a huge pain, hugely quickly. Maybe something like a vegetation brush? Nah, I don't think so. Although, maybe? Then again, maybe? I like really entrinking the brush. No, that really doesn't look like much of anything, does it? Alright, well, are there any tips on how to mark forests on a map? I guess I could do it like that. Oh, but I don't want to make it seem like they're all just a uniform kind of tree either, because that's definitely not true. If I use this brush along with like this kind of drawing technique, like that maybe? En masse though? Would that, I don't know if that would look very good en masse. Like it would get kind of old, kind of very quickly, you know? It's really not going to look like much of anything zoomed out. But maybe that could work? Alright, well, let's see. Let's test it out. Let's test this hypothesis. Copy and paste. Move that aside. Copy that again. And then make it into a blush. Make sure your dynamics are off. And I can basically just want to do that at full opacity though. Okay, that actually doesn't look bad. I kind of like that. Okay, let's move it to where I want to put it. I feel like I've been weirdly discouraged this week, but I don't know why. Like, I don't think anything has particularly changed. I've been doing roughly the same thing that I have been doing anyway, and I've been enjoying myself. What's the difference? Is it just one of those times of the year for me? No, I don't think so. If anything, I feel like I tend to be a little more optimistic and upbeat in the summer. Mysterious. There we go. Whole bunch down here because it's going to be where the swampy land is. And to have a swamp, you need to have trees. I think. Is that actually how swamps work? I don't know, I just feel like I haven't particularly seen much swamps that aren't in very forested places. So I think that's part of the requirement. I'm really happy with how this brush has turned out. I'm glad. Kinda wanted to do like the peat-sized equivalent of what would roughly be like a flower crown, but with super dense forests instead. I like that idea, at least. I don't know if it's any good, but I like it, so I'm gonna run with it. Like a secret little oasis here. Although if it's an oasis, it needs some water too, doesn't it? Oh, oh wrong brush. Whoops. Also then, yeah, it's on that way, okay. So also then remove some of these. Yeah, I like that. Put it back on that brush. Yeah, I like this. I hope you like it too, chat. But I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. I like what our map of peat looks like. Hey, Racy! How you doing? Well, I hope. Excuse me. Okay. This is starting to look like a real map. Or a real-ish map. A real enough map? A real enough map. Existing? Hope you are as well. I am. I am still sorry to hear about the rough patch for you. I just hope that it works out for you and your family soon. And if there is any way that I can try and help out, just let me know. I don't know how much I can help out, but I figure I might as well offer. Oh, also, let me switch back to the explanatory page for anyone new to the stream to figure out just what the heck it is that I'm doing here. Nothing anyone can do really, but I appreciate. Alright. I'll keep you in my thoughts then, at least. Alright, well, I guess now I should think about cities and roads. I guess let's... unless I want to do kingdoms. Or, not kingdoms, but like, that kind of organizational government thingy. Not totally sure what the organization, government-wise, for the subcontinent of peat is gonna be, but let's start thinking at least. For now, though, let's try marking out some cities. Let's see, where would it be an interesting place to put these? I don't know. Let's start down here, I guess. Use this brush for cities. How does it look at 5-point size, maybe? Not super noticeable, but I guess they don't all have to be noticeably large cities, do they? Okay, I can use like 10-point size for bigger towns and cities, 5-point size for smaller ones. so I should clean up some of... Actually, no, I don't have to clean those up. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Oops, no, not that, that. Here we go. Cities. Alright, so... let's start with some larger cities at a nice 10 point. Let's put one here. That feels right to me. Ooh, yeah, let's put one just in the lake. Oops, no. There we go. Is this for a new campaign or just having fun? This is for... So, the explanation for all this goes that... in the meat space, I'm going to be running a 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons game for a small local gaming store, and I didn't really want to do any of the established campaigns that already exist out there, and I didn't want to use any of the established settings that already exist out there, so I decided, okay, how about I just make my own? So that's when I started this. And then, in terms of, like, the lore and such, I kind of was talking out, because in the beginning all I had was the idea that I wanted to make a setting that would be like... it would be like a... like an island, but an island that was alive and moved around, which I knew was named Pete. That was about all I knew, and it kind of evolved into what you see in the little, the corner up there. So now I'm fleshing out what I have for Pete. Put one of these on a mountain. Yeah. So Pete is a giant that is also a place that... well, Pete is a giant that roams around the ocean that people just kind of built a city, or not built a city, built like a civilization out of or off of. I mean, when you find a giant island walking through the sea, you think that's just free real estate right there. I know that cities are usually built near water, so I'm trying to keep that in mind with what I'm doing here. And down here. Excuse me. Okay, I feel like that's probably enough for cities. I don't know what any of these cities are named yet, or anything about any of these cities, but I have them, so that's a start. Actually, no, let's not use city on that. Well, like, these are all of the places that have had people living in big enough number in them in a single place long enough to be considered cities. So... I guess next I could do roads? I could do roads. Roads? Yeah, I could do roads. Or wait. So, I'm not totally sure what the government or governments that exist on Pete are going to be like. What I know so far is Pete is going to have some form of like formally structured, centralized kind of government power, at least as one of the dominant things, but I'm not sure where, or if I want that to be like the be-all, end-all, just that one centralized ruling city. Oh. I mean, I guess if I'm sticking with the idea that this is just what's visible above the water, or land that collected and built off the parts of a giant that was visible above the water, that like, I guess you could make the argument that this one would probably be like the most important place to put a city, but I don't know. Or, yeah, the most important place to put it, like a capital city. Oh. I'm curious what these little islands will be, if anything. I'm not sure about this island, this one, or these ones. Of those islands, only this one has, like, enough of a stable, organized population size to be considered like a place with a city, so I guess like there wouldn't be as strict government oversight within what happens on those places. This one down here, this one in particular though, is going to be hosting a prison island, because the start of this game is going to be a prison escape for the characters. You know, it's probably sort of a stereotypical thing, but screw it. I'm gonna make this one the capital. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we've got a capital city now. Which means I should probably put at least at least one or two other cities up here to establish like a trade route that the capital city would be getting things from. One there. Okay, yeah. That gives them some trade route potential. Oh. Alright, so... let me also check one other thing real quick. Okay. Okay, I think I can probably work with that. Okay, so I think that, well, the group is going to start on the prison island down here, but the inciting action is probably, well, actually it could probably take place anywhere, I think, because like anywhere on here they could just ship down here to send off important prisoners or particularly dangerous prisoners, stuff like that. Yeah, I think that could work. I think so. Well, we'll see at least. Okay, now let's try... do I want to try and make some roads next? I guess I could try. Never really made roads before. I'm not sure what brush I would even use for them. No, definitely not that. Excuse me. Maybe. Let's get a better color for this, though. Maybe something in a red? Like that, maybe? Yeah, I think that could work, maybe. We'll see. Let's lower down the brush size. No, lower down the brush. There we go. What else I can do? Okay. Oh, and track direction, maybe. Okay, so kind of, yeah, twists to stay. All right, so. Yeah, you know, let's just see how this looks, how it feels, right? Because I don't know how it's going to look, because I don't know many things. Start with an uninterrupted line. Like that, maybe? Maybe. Let's see. Probably want to make these then another layer that's like beneath it. Yeah. Yeah. So I put this beneath that. And do I want a red, or is this more of like a gray kind of task? I do like a reddish gray, split the difference. Yeah, you know what, let's give that a shot. See how that feels. Okay, so first up here, obviously roads have to go to the capital. can connect up near the end, too. And the great thing about, like, empires is empires don't actually have to care about the entire place as long as they hit all of the, like, most populous places. Not every place needs a road, or it needs well-maintained roads, rather. This feels like an important place. So let's try connecting some roads. One that can kind of weave through the mountain to get up here. Yeah. It would be very hard to keep roads through a desert. Okay. Well, we're starting to get to that time again, chat. Well, thank you all for sticking with me. Even if you were just hanging out, I apologize that I might have been a little lower energy than I usually am. But, I don't know. Guess I'm feeling a little weird. I knew I was already having a weird brain day, so... at least I know that, kind of. No worries? Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Racy. But, yeah, I guess I've just been having a weird brains recently, and hopefully things just kind of improve from there, or from here, rather. Alright, another thing I'm forgetting is river travel is going to be super easy for a lot of these places, so they aren't really going to need as many roads. Still want to connect some, though. But yeah, thank you everyone who has been hanging out with me. No matter how long or how short you've been with me here, I really appreciate it. We've got one more stream left in this week. It's going to be tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I hope you feel... Oh, thank you, Racy. I hope that you feel better soon too. But yeah, I've got one more stream scheduled this week. That's gonna be tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight. We're going to be doing... excuse me. Oof. I'm burpy today. We're gonna be doing some more Dandy Ace because I'd like to try and get good enough that I can at least see more of the game. And I'll also be doing some, I'll be trying another new game, Skull the Hero Slayer. I remember seeing a fair amount of this back when it first came out months ago, but I didn't have my streaming machine at that point, so I couldn't actually try it back then. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays now that I'm actually able to play it. So yeah, those are what we've got in store tomorrow night. After that, of course, it'll be my day off on Sunday. But if you want to keep track of other things, as always, the Twitter account that I got linked down below in my panels is the best way to keep tabs on whenever I'm going to be doing something new. And yeah, that's about all I can think of to say at the moment. You know what, let's connect some of these with big roads. Is this how roads work? We just don't know. Probably not, but oh well. These are how major roads work here, I guess. But yeah, I hope to see people then. Otherwise, have a good rest of your week. And I hope I get to celebrate more of Pride Month with y'all, too. I didn't realize how much of, like, a central spoke this desert city would be. Maybe it's more important than I gave it credit for. Who knows? I sure don't. So you could have this connected here too. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Something satisfying about doing stuff like this, even if it is totally inaccurate to how things work, it's still just very satisfying. But yeah, I still have big plans for this month, assuming I can actually figure out how to accomplish them. I'm gonna be moving towards having my own Discord server, so I can hopefully build more of a community outside of just whoever's able to hang out with me on any given stream. I'm going to be trying to finish the song that I recorded so I can actually publish that. Well, not publish, but show that off. I'm going to be... Well, I am going to be... that's another important thing, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to do something else for Pride too. I think it might be nice if I could figure out how to do some sort of what am I trying to think of? Some kind of charity stream. That's it, charity stream. I think it would be nice to be able to do that. I don't know how to. So I'm still working on figuring that part out. But, well, that's something I'm hoping to do this month too. It's about all that I could think of to actually talk about, so. Let's see. What else, though? What else can I do? Or what else can I say? Because, like, I'm starting to feel like I'm at a point with the map that, like, I've got all of the major trade routes, which would have, like, established roads that could be easily traversed here. I mean, I guess I could go back in and add, like, even more roads connecting everything. But I don't know if that's really necessary, you know? Also, I have no idea who I'm gonna be raiding after this, so that's something else worth thinking about, too. Yeah, I guess I should interconnect the roads as best I can. Well, watching you make this is so calming. Oh, well, thank you. I'm really flattered that you think that. I still sometimes don't totally know why people like what I do, but I really do appreciate hearing it. I appreciate hearing that people decide to spend their time with me, even just as quiet, as like a quiet listening thing. I'm still learning that that's something that people like about me, even this long into doing work in front of audiences. Alright. I feel like this feels fairly well interconnected at this point. Guess I could make one of these just to make this desert city even more important. Obviously, this city can't have any roads to it. Same with this one. Guess I could, like, yeah, you know what? Let's do one of those. Do one that kind of hugs the coast a little bit, and then crosses over and heads up into the mountains here. Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna save this file now because I feel pretty happy with it. I don't know what any of these cities are yet. I don't know what's going to make them unique and special and all that. So that is going to be something for another stream. For now, though, let me first look to see... Okay, let me first look to see who I'm going to raid, but then let me also show you a sneak peek of something that I'm very happy and excited about. It's still a long way from being done, but it's something that I'll want to show off. Let's hide that. First, let's figure out a raid, though. Who is streaming right now? That could use a little boost. Okay. So much. There we go. Now it's reconnected. Hey Skylar. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, sorry about that. Got randomly disconnected for a little bit, but I'm back. Quick little shout out for Moth Mother. Dungeon Defenders Awakened. Sounds fun. Unfortunately, I was just about to start finishing up for the night. But, you know, let me take a look around. See if I can't at least... Oh, also, just, like, in general, let me show you what we've been doing. So I've got a D&D game that I'll be running for a real life place soon, and I decided rather than you are the only one on my raid list online. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We were just building a world map, or a tiny part of a world map for the game that I'll be running. This is the subcontinent of Pete, a giant among giants that became a seed living being centuries of millennia ago, and as time passed, silt and dirt gradually built up on his back until it eventually became a continent in and of itself here. So this is what's built off of the above water of Pete, and that's somewhere on Pete. I don't know what any of these like cities are yet, but somewhere on here. Nope. Alright. I can't quite talk yet, Epitome, but I will call you, don't worry. I promise. So yeah, that's what I was working on. I was just gonna quickly look for someone to raid first, and then, well, from there, just, right, one thing, before I signed off after that, I wanted to show you all a sneak peek of something special that I've been working on. First though, let me find someone that I can raid. Okay, I have never seen this channel before, so let me take a look. Alright. You know what? Yeah. I have never seen this VTuber before, but it looks like she's gonna be having fun, so yeah. I'll toss this over there. Yes, a sneak peek. So, as I've mentioned a little bit here and there, I've been very slowly working on a full body model for B. So just this, but new art. This, this, but new art, updated art, full body. That's what's in the works. It's a very slow process, but I am slowly getting there. So, since all of y'all have been so nice and sweet to me today, I wanted to share some of that with you. So, oh, and if you're in chat right now, don't tell anyone. It's a secret for anyone who's in chat right now, or who watches this VOD too, I guess. So, shh. Okay. This is what we have so far. Got the outline of the body, we've got the start of the hair, and then we turn off the sketch layer. This is what we actually have art for so far. I've decided to give myself approximately 80% better defined hair fluff, so that's going to be a very big engineering challenge for me. But yeah, otherwise, this is what I got so far. Alright, hope you enjoyed it. So, now that I got that taken care of, it's time to throw us over in a quick raid. Well, let's see, what would be a good raid message? short hair be? Maybe I'll design that as like a model variant thing. Maybe. I wouldn't mind. Okay, so raid message. Okay, so they're playing Phoenix right now. Okay, so if you want to use an organized raid message, this is the one I'll be using. If you want to change out the emotes, or if you want to use something else for your raid message, or if you just don't want to do it, then don't. Then don't. I'm not the boss of you. I'm not even the boss of me. Do whatever you want. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. And a big ol' thank you kiss to everyone who played and hung out and talked with me today. Even if you just lurked, it still honestly means the world to me. So thank you. And now, let's go say hi to this new iguana friend, shall we? Alright, good night.